Hello, Twitch. Welcome in. How's everyone doing this evening? Gonna have some fun tonight. Doing some different things. One is mostly prepping for tomorrow, which is I'm gonna be baking a cake tonight so that I can decorate it tomorrow, which is gonna be the major thing I'm doing tomorrow. Tonight, the major thing is going to be making onion peel nachos. And then, well, making fried onion peels, and then turning them into nachos. So a little along the lines of like maybe onion ring nachos. But as usual, get started with some coffee here. Got these new filters that are a little too small for my liking. I'm debating whether I'm gonna keep with them or get some ones that are proper sized. Probably the most frustrating thing about this is the filters. They can be sometimes hard to find because they aren't regularly imported. In most cases, some cafe or something's paid to have a shipping container of them shipped out to the U.S. and they resell half of them or use them or make them available only in their cafe. You can get them on Amazon too, and that's what I did this time, but that's the annoying part because this is an O1 filter instead of an O2 filter. That was the only difference in it, and so I should have looked a little closer. Oh hey, you can see that monitor now. That shouldn't really be in your view right now. Oh well. Maybe we can at least straighten it up. It's still not straight. With smaller filters, I'm going to have to pour slower and longer. It'll be a longer extraction. Actually, I haven't tried it enough to know if I like it with the longer extraction versus the previous way of pouring it, because it will obviously affect the flavor of the coffee. Actually turned my AC on today. So I got some sweet onions for today. Got a bunch of surprises as far as the cake is concerned, but I think most of that we're going to hold off until tomorrow. Just waiting for this to stop dripping. It's still going. I mean, you can see it rippling. It's still there. It's dripping quickly still. The table's nice and shiny right now. I oiled it and the board up nicely yesterday and let it sit overnight and wiped it mostly off, but there's still some there. Continue to look drier and drier as I put other things on it. I misjudged how much half and half I have. I was thinking it was starting to get low. Not trying to get coffee all over my board there. I was trying to make it so I could foam it that my hand wasn't in the way while doing it. Welcome, Nan Reader. Ooh. Boo. Cheers, folks. Happy Sunday to you. I do think that I prefer this. Oh, why are you doing this again, Lav Mike? Let's turn this down a little bit again. Or maybe it just wasn't working properly before? Let's see. We were at 11 flat, I think. Windows did some update between last stream and this one, and some of this stuff is acting really wonky. Yeah, really weird. Let's try... Let's try that. Okay, I can still max it out, but that's a little closer. But anyways, as I was saying, Windows went and reset everything, and like half of the stuff in OBS lost its settings as far as where it was supposed to be coming from. There's probably still a few things that are set up wrong. There's also some other weird stuff going on, like my voice should probably not be this loud right now. It is, I mean, I've got it a negative gain on it, and it's underneath. There we go. It's underneath my apron even. So, I mean, oh, it's just so powerful for being so smart. I almost feel like I need to put that thing like, it's not going to get good pickup if I put it elsewhere, but alright, so what are we starting with tonight? Starting with cake tonight. But we're going to have our first battle here first already. Or almost already. Words, Jason. Please use them properly. We got 3 minutes on our first stream raiders. Until our first stream raiders of the night. What are we going to start with for the cake? We're going to need to get some butter softening. I get this. What all do we need here for this? We need butter, we need sugar, olive oil, or oil. Start with a 1/4 cup of veggie oil. In this case, I'm just using my sunflower oil. Product of France, Argentina, Spain, or Ukraine. Perfect amount. What? Computer team seems to be taking a bit to register what's going on tonight. I hope everything's okay with the computer. Victory! Victory! It be a bit warm to here today. Words still not working. Welcome, Catalina. And should be getting those kills and assists. Lots of help out here to start the night. Thank you for joining in, everyone. In, everyone. Div Wilson, Catalina getting them scrolls. Actually, let's see. Yeah, we have to go this way anyways. But are we going for... Oh, either go... I think we can go for gold and green. I think that's the play here. We can still go for blue at this point. I think, yeah, gold. Yeah. I'm going at the very bottom this time with my warrior. So we'll do about there up. Consolidate ourselves down here. I'll put a battle thingy here. And hopefully most of our killing will be in that area. Let's go see what else we got going on in the game right now. Got a couple quests to collect. 3 kills. That was a toughie. That was a hard quest. Win 20 battles. Another toughie. Let's see, 2 units to 30. That's the one I'm sort of working on right now. Orc Slayers, Healers. Tanks and Barbarians. I've been avoiding putting my tank out there because my tank is 30, so it's not like I can level it up more. I agree, Catalina. Just reading chat. Just catching up on chat after that. Let's grab our goodies. Actually, I should do those. Because I'm never really going to put a buster out there. I do put a monk out there, so I'm going to avoid that one. Bomber I'm not going to use. The rest of that I'll use, and the rogue I'm trying to get to 30. Ooh, what type of bomber? Doesn't matter, I'm not really going to use it anyways, but AoE. It's the answer to everything, says the ex-wizard player. The amount of AoE stuff we used to do in EverQuest was ridiculous. Especially towards the end of when I was playing, it was just like, that was like the answer for everything. Just burn it down. Alright, back to making cake. We'll return the Stream Raiders in 26 minutes. I played a wizard primarily in EverQuest, but towards the end, I power leveled and played a Beast Lord, which was one of the later classes to be added to the game, and was much more prior to that. Basically, mages were the only other pet-heavy class. There was classes that had pets, but it wasn't like a major thing for them. And so I went from Wizard to Beast Lord to trying out WoW and playing a Hunter for a while, right when WoW first came out. And I really just couldn't get past the cartooniness of the graphics. It just is not my style of game. And also at that point, wanting to focus more on culinary education in college, and not wanting to be as hooked into a video game as I was into EverQuest, I decided to not get hooked into WoW. Yeah, EQ sort of shot itself in the foot when, if they had taken all the work and all the development that they did for EverQuest 2, which basically fell in its face, and actually just gone with EverQuest, it probably would have done a little bit better, a little bit longer against WoW. Let's get a whisk out here. Big whisk. Big whisk. Probably. I probably would have gotten into streaming earlier. I probably would have maybe done a little bit better in certain other ways. But yeah, overall, probably a better life choice. I completely apologize missing. Nan Reader, thank you so much for that resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Visual, I got the light here to remind myself. I used to have a very close friend that at the one point largely blamed DQ for the death of his marriage, which let's see here. We got our eggs, we got our fats, we got our sugar. Oh, nice. That's a rare one. I think it's probably less rare these days, but yeah, that's very nice. We're gonna need to melt some chocolate. Sure, there's better options as far as fine dark chocolate. I'm not a huge dark chocolate guy. And milk chocolate cake and purposely going at, hey, this is going to be a milk chocolate cake. I'm pretty happy with how Guittard works. I like their chocolates. I've been sitting here thinking about this cake and sort of like, do I really want this giant sugar cake for my birthday? Sorry, I could have done that on camera there. That just melting was slowly. Giving this another 10 seconds now. Alright, so we got that melted. Be tossing that in with this at this point. Yep. And it's still going the same place. Just strategically placed so that I can lick that out later off stream. Everyone okay with the music volume tonight? I turned it up a little bit, changed some things around. Well, to be honest, all the audio stuff got changed around yet again. It sounds like, or it looks like I'm clipping again. Hopefully not nearly as bad as I was before. For some reason, the mic increased in volume yet again. Silly. We're going to finish off my bottle of vanilla. Let's see how much is... Yeah, you say how much you make, but you don't say how much you are. Lovely. Oh. It's a chat room. We welcome chat. Powdered milk. Went a little heavy on that for a 1/4 cup measure because we're going to be adding some of this loveliness as well. My buttermilk powder. In fact, roughly the same. Yep. In the case of the buttermilk, I keep buttermilk powder in my house because it lasts considerably longer than buttermilk, and then you can just mix it with some other dairy. And so I'm sort of doing that instead of adding buttermilk into this mixture. Instead, I'm going to be adding a cup of milk. I'm modifying another recipe rather heavily, so I'm sort of half reading and half doing at the same time here. We got some good old whole milk with the cream top. Giving that a good shake, hopefully dislodging that cream top. Make sure I'm doing this right. That's for tomorrow. That's for today. Interesting. Okay, we're going with this. So, whole milk with a speck of something that I'm going to take out of there. The powdered milk is in there. The buttermilk and the milk are in there because they're part of the recipe for the cake. The powdered milk powder, this stuff, not the buttermilk, is in there because we're going to be adding some cocoa to this as well. And that's sort of like the whole milk to, I mean, it's turning that cocoa into milk cocoa, if you get what I mean. And sort of adding more flavor without adding more moisture in there. Sort of a mentality. What did I do with my cocoa that I just bought? Really like this cocoa from Guitar too. Not not sponsored. But it's as advertised. It's like a red cocoa. It's dark, but it's a reddish cocoa. Means this would be excellent cocoa if you want to make yourself a what do they call those red cakes that I never devil's food, the cakes that you essentially pour so much red food coloring into them that they taste like nothing but red food coloring. I mean, they're pretty. I'll give them that, but that. We'll hope we can use this powdered milk for something else in the future. I was so annoyed that the only way I could find powdered milk was in a giant container like that. I've got like, I think there's another 3 packs like that in there. It now instantly smells like chocolate cake batter here. That definitely looks like milk chocolate to me. It's a little bit more speckled in person. Let's see if we can catch that on... Yeah, you can see that if I pull it up to the camera. Alright, we've got that. And now for cake flour. Wipe the cocoa off of this spoon. Can I fit the cup measure in there? Not quite. Actually, I don't even want to use this spoon. I need something even bigger. Definitely want to use cake or pastry flour for this recipe. A little bit harder to find, but different protein levels than AP flour or anything else along that line. And this is why we're sifting it, just to get those bumps out of there. Make sure we don't have any little pieces of things or stones or anything like that. Typically don't, but might have caught something there. Yeah. Spilling it all over. I'm still on coffee view. Why am I still on? Or why am I so zoomed in? So that's 2 cups of flour so far, cake flour or pastry flour. I don't remember which this is. It's labeled as cake flour, but knowing me, it could be either. They are slightly different, but I treat them the same. I mean, you'll have the same differences just by changing types of flour, much less whether it's cake or pastry. And a half. Good way to pick up all the oil off the counter, though. Battle. I think I have a setting for the bot with caps. I don't remember or not, but I really don't. I mean, we don't have a ton of people chatting. It's not like it really matters. To war. I do it all the time when I play games. Victory! Tina getting those kills for us. And the assists. Honorable mention Catalina, both for kills and assists there. Catalina and Janos getting the goodies there. Congrats to you. I think on to the gold. I think same with this one. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to use my flag bearer this time. Just be a little different. Maybe throw a little armor here on this one corner over here. That's not a horrible place for an archer either, because it's going to be tied up behind a lot of this and be able to get a lot of good shots on it. Might even pull some of them away from us. Alright, back to cooking. Oops, one more thing. So let's get our oven heating. Probably 350. That it is. We're going to need some pans. Yeah, Catalina, I get a fair number of people stopping by through my stream, through Streaming Raiders. It has been a great help, and actually we're starting to get to the point here with it where I might actually be able to pull affiliate numbers with it. Just need a few more. That we started off really good today. We had a couple of good days in a row here, but still not quite there. I don't quite know all the stats, but I know we're not quite there. So we've got non-stick pans to begin with. I'm not going to bother. Let's do some butter in these. Let's contradict modern science, which tells us that there's milk fat solids that will potentially cause things to stick more than other oils, and just use some butter on these. I mean, it just tastes better anyways, in my opinion. Hey, Clipper, welcome in. How goes your Sunday? We're baking a cake. Which reminds me I should turn the fan on. It was like 80 degrees out today. Something like that. It was not cool. Turned my AC on for the first time in the year. Awesome, Clipper. Well, if anyone's lives in the States, been to Applebee's and had their onion peels before, I'm going to do something similar to that, making my own onion peels. And then I'm also going to be making a cheddar cheese sauce. Toss in a little bit of that pre-made salsa that I have. I have this beauty of a tomato on the corner of the cutting board. That's going to go in with the rest of that salsa. And toss that over the top. I got sour cream. I got pickled jalapenos. What else was I planning for this? Yeah. So nachos, but with onion peels instead. I am trying to keep things a little bit drier. Like, I'm going to make a queso, but I'm going to make it a little bit thicker of a queso. Because with the fried nachos, or with the fried onion peels, they're going to be more delicate than, say, your tortilla chip. Or whatever else you're using for nachos. I'm just going to fold this flour in, this cake flour, pastry flour, whatever you have. And the idea is to work it as little as possible while incorporating. All right. I think I got most of the flour bumbles out of that. So I got my scale here. I got it tared. I'm going to eyeball what I think is about half of this. Oh, hey. Helps if I finish making the batter, doesn't it? Damn it. Forgot something. But it's sort of important. Should have had it in there with the flour to mix in, so now I'm going to have to mix this a bit more than I want to. But I don't have any leaveners in here yet. I didn't double check my ingredients before throwing everything in there. We still need some baking soda and... do we have baking powder too? No, just baking soda. Alright, so we'll get that hopefully somewhat evenly mixed in there. I'm going to call that fine. It's non-stick anyways. Oops, bumped the camera there. Apologies. Not bad for eyeballing that, huh? The other one was $5.89, I think it was. We got that left over between the two. Oops. Dripping stuff on the floor. Okay, close enough for me. Oh, we can get this into the other one. Get it even closer. Now they're exactly. Not that it really matters too much. I just wanted to get them in the same ballpark. But they're now both roughly 6'10" now. Oh, come on. So one thing I cannot stand about this scale is it really does not like moisture on its touchpad. It does things like that, like changes units. And so 866 with the pan. $861 with the pan. Just shaking them around just enough to really get them coat the whole bottom. Let gravity do the rest. Okay, oven. As I remember, I can't get both of these on a sheet pan, so I'm just going to put sheet pan on a rack below them in hopes it'll catch anything if it drips. Oven is still preheating. I think it's time to have a sip of coffee. Wipe off the counter here. I'm not going to rush to throw them in there since it just came to heat. Okay. And take a look at those in 18 minutes. Yeah, let's do 20. Over here on the stove. Now let's get our cheese sauce first. Let's do a cheese sauce first. Poker New Tone. That is a game that I have not played in a minute. I enjoy playing poker. Switch to my already dirty whisk. It's got chocolate all over it, so I'm going to give it a good spray off here. I'm going to do a little bit of cheddar cheese. But I'm also going to cheat. I'm going to cheat. Because I bought a new product to try out in my house. And I've used it a couple of times already. But we're going to try it again tonight. If I can find it. Oh, that wasn't hard. It's like mac and cheese powder. It is like neon popcorn orange. Popcorn cheese orange. Neon orange. Getting there in temp with our sauce. Ooh, I forgot about doing this too. We'll do that after our cake. and pour about half of what I have left of this restaurant or supermarket salsa in there. I don't even really like this brand of salsa. It was just sort of I was in this, I think I picked that up in the Walmart. Not the greatest selection. I actually went to Whole Foods today because they have the dairy I like, but was just once again frustrated beyond belief at the fact that just everything is now Amazon brand in Whole Foods, or 365 brand in Whole Foods. And there wasn't even really an option for cocoa other than 365. It was 365 organic or conventional. And yeah. And so I had to go to, they could have got a sale, and they actually would have got a priced up sale on me out of the convenience of it, because I came there for the dairy, because Safeway doesn't carry nice dairy, in my opinion. It's like the one area of Whole Foods that I'm still going there for, and it's very obvious that they're trying to downplay that and trying to push off the type of dairy that I want from them. It's, end of the dairy case in one that's not even lit up. Let's try this for salt. After adding that salsa in there, who knows how salty it is now. And that cheese powder. Can hardly tell that I added the salsa in there at all. Which makes me want to add a bit more garlic powder. And a bit of oregano. And heat is off on our sauce, so we're going to add our cheese now. There we have our cheese sauce for tonight. It'll thicken up a bit more as it cools. But that's ready to go for later. I can definitely smell that cake. That cake be smelling yummy. So we're going to move over my cast iron over here. dripping. So we got some fat here to heat up. And I don't know how much more I'm going to have to boil off liquid off of that, so I'm going to heat that up a little prematurely. I don't have the onions cut. I don't have my batter made. Welcome in, Maz. How are we doing tonight? I've got cakes in the oven. I've got a battle ready to do. We got some... I just finished up making a nacho cheese sauce that is thickening up nicely. And I'm about to start heating up some lard here that probably will have to boil off a little bit. Let's go to war. Do we go with haste this time, or do we go with... I think I'm going to go with haste. Let's see if I can't get most people here with it. Sorry if I missed you with it. That's why I constrict things down, trying to get everyone together, so if I use haste, which is my most used spell, we get everyone together and everyone gets haste. Yeah, this is sort of what I figured was going to happen here. We got split up around that side, and that's why I didn't do a killing field. Poker Newtone just going to town. People are catching up now. Kept the most kills there. Poker Newtone with the kills. Is Sia Nasia with the assists. Ooh, 200 gold. That's a nice pickup. Catalina with the 200 gold. Congrats to you. Furball Mika getting a couple of Berserker Scrolls. And me getting a couple of goodies for completing something. Ooh, do we go... I think we go up first. Let's see what we got down below. Ooh, all sorts of stuff down here. I think I'm going to go, yeah, down here with the Berserker. With Titan. I think Titan's got the idea there. And I am going to put out flag bearer. We're going to do a little of that action and a little that action. Well, we need to tighten that up a bit more. I wish I could see what the range is. I have to like guess at what the spell range is to get people to all be together. I'm going to use haste again for this one. And back to cooking. We start by making our batter for our onions. Ooh, timer. Give those another couple minutes. Half cup AP flour. Half cup of breadcrumbs. Salt. Pepper. MSG. Chili powder. Cayenne. milk. And we have cake. It's a little like watching paint peel, watching a cake settle. Because these are going to settle a little bit, but they are, oh, they're feeling a little bit better than they did when I just did it, pulled them out a couple minutes ago. Might have been just what they needed. But does still settle a little bit. And we're going to let those cool. The whole idea of tonight was they're going to take a while to cool. They're going to take at least an hour to cool. That way we can start off tomorrow, sort of laid back night, and just get started right off with doing some decorating. We need to up you to 400. And I'm going to put these cakes up off to the side here, where, can I, not quite. Not quite. Close though. Back to batter. Here, sucks. Ooh, looks like that's not going to boil off hardly at all. That cleared up nicely. Let's see what temp we're at. Oh, we're not quite at a boil temp, but that oil's looking nice. That's looking pretty good for, you know, coming off of that pig a couple of days ago, don't you think? I think that looks great. We need some onions next. That onion really didn't want to get out of the bag. Hi, camera. You want to focus for me, please? Please. Focus. Focus. We're okay with that. And then these I'm just going to take the cores. Oh, this one has a sort of odd core to it. Normally they're more of a, normally they're not so teardrop shaped. But I'm going to take the, let's say about there out of this. This is just to get some maybe larger pieces out of the smaller core, that only cutting it 3 times versus like 6 on the outer. So now the idea is to take our individual peels. Maybe more of you are familiar with a blooming onion. That's another appetizer you'll see at bars and stuff like that. It's just basically the same thing, except I'm individually battering the pieces instead of leaving them all connected to the onion core, sort of like a flour. I think I've tried making one of those before. I've never been really impressed by them though at the same time. Maybe when I was younger, but yeah. They're never properly battered, so you always end up with like pieces of onion that are just like fried instead of properly done. I don't know, maybe some people love that. Don't need that fan noise right now. Not sure how many people actually hear that, but I'm thinking I probably could have lived with just one onion here. The recipe calls for a large onion, and these weren't exactly large onions to me, so I mean, they weren't small either, but hey, Bun Buns! Welcome in. How's your Sunday? Nice. How's Aunt? It's all too small, or it's got like membranes going on. Nice. It has been ages since I have played mini golf. We'll dust some flour over the top of them. This is more just to catch any moisture that are on the onions than to really try and coat them. We got most of that covered with our batter here already made. Yeah, we got chocolate cake. It's already out of the oven. Okay. Not quite ready to start frying on these. How's our oil temp back here? We're definitely looking like we're over boiling temp now. Oh, just barely though. 230. Boiling for you, the Celsius people, is 212. Well, things in oil can definitely boil, and this is the lard off of the pig, and I wasn't 100% sure, even though I've been cooking it. It's been cooked for over a day, rendering down. I wasn't sure that all of the water had cooked out of it, because that whole time it's bubbling. And if you notice now, it's got some bubbling that started up since I put it on there. And some of that can be impurities, but some of that's also water that's just trapped in the fat. I don't think I'm quite ready to start mixing these. I'm trying to decide what else I need to do before we get into final prep for the rest of this. These are just going to chill overnight, and this is going to be tomorrow's project. When I come back on stream tomorrow, we're going to be making the frosting for this and doing some other things with this. Got to have somewhat of a hook. It's not going to be just your straight chocolate cake. In fact, it's not even going to be your straight milk chocolate cake. Well, it is my birthday month. Ice cream cakes, I'm very They're awesome once in a while, and I've had some really great ones over the years, and family and that sort of stuff. But on general, no. Cheesecake's a good thing. Cheesecake's good. I like cheesecake. Do I have cheesecake scheduled? Yeah, I know I'm streaming right now. I don't need my own alert. Yeah, we're making a cheesecake next week. Not this Friday, since it's Sunday, this Friday. It's not this Friday, but next Friday, the 27th. I've got it scheduled. I'm going to be doing a Basque cheesecake. So is this my birthday cake? Is the cheesecake my birthday cake? If you're just joining in, what we have here is flour, breadcrumbs, seasonings, and milk. I was hoping this was going to be more of a slicer than a sauce. It had the shape of a sauce tomato. It's definitely a paste tomato. It'll be good for drying out this sort of liquidy store-bought salsa I've got. I very rarely find the absolute perfect tomato. Once in a while you find one of those absolutely gorgeous heirloom lovely tomatoes. But those are like maybe once a year you find a really good one. Ones like this, I can even tell just looking at the inside of this ain't nearly ripe enough that I want it. Just by itself. Be fine in salsa, but hopefully I can find some good tomatoes at the farmers markets later this summer. Not going to worry about it's mostly skin. Make sure we're not getting too hot over here. I gotta say, Newman's Own salsa. If we're talking about if we're talking about supermarket jarred salsas, some of Rick Bayless's ones are great too. I'm forgetting the name of his restaurant group. He has salsas. His are not all that shabby. But as far as supermarket jarred salsa, yeah, Paul Newman's Own, good stuff. This stuff is just way too watery. Way too thinly chopped up. It's like... It's like that salsa you dip in and you get like the essence of salsa in the liquid on your chip instead of actually getting vegetables on your chip. Go to war. I totally didn't realize that I had the stove on that whole time. I am sorry for that. Fried green tomatoes aren't bad. I don't know that I put them in the amazing category, but I've only had them a handful of times. I also sort of think of fried green tomatoes, even though green tomatoes are going to be early in the season. I think of it as the tomatoes that are left on a plant just before you cull it for the year. And so you got some green ones that aren't quite ripe at the end of the season. And you just cut those off, and those are the ones you fry. Victory! Furball Mika and Titan getting us our kills there, and assists. 63 kills. That's mighty impressive. Derogate getting 48. Tina with 29. How many units did we fight? Wow. Furball Mika getting the gold. Tina getting the scroll for her healer. Their healer. Apologize. Don't know you that well. Onto the green chest. See what we got down here. I'm thinking I'm going to go right in the center. All right, we'll see how we do here in 30 minutes. So we got our altered salsa here. I think I'm going to add a bit more garlic and a bit more cilantro. Oh, and a bit more salt because we added all that tomato in there. We'll let that set and hang out. Need cilantro. You need that like trail of leaves. That's what we got there for that for our photo. Then we'll take all the easier to grab stuff here. Less of this sticks and stems. Welcome back, Catalina. I feel like I could add some onion here, but I think also this dish has probably got enough onion in it. So, we'll leave it with that. This we'll use for garnish. Eesh. We're going to need a plate with some paper towel for our onions. And I keep forgetting why I have my oven to 400 degrees. I keep forgetting. How's our oil here? I'm going to turn the heat off on the oil for the moment. Because we got bacon to cook. Bacon pancakes. You're making bacon pancakes? It's almost like programmed into my head at this point that you have to say it with that. I'm forgetting the ionic tone, or it's not iambic, but repetition. I'm going to put the bacon in the oven. So you see, these have settled a little bit, but they otherwise stayed pretty nice and solid there. I don't know how much I want to give away about what I'm doing with this. Let's just leave it as I'm decorating them tomorrow. That's looking yummy. Tastes pretty yummy too. Bacon and... Are you trying to combine bacon and chocolate? Well, good on you, I guess. Not quite. I even forgot I had those. Chocolate spatula from earlier. Yeah, Bun Buns, you missed the melting chocolate early on in the stream. Not overly impressive. I've done more with chocolate in the past, but I milked some for putting in the cakes. Hi, chat. Sour cream. So that's prepared. I actually like, I wish there was an organic brand that did it, but one of the major conventional sour cream brands already sells it in a pack that's easy. It's already built like that. And I actually really like that design, other than if it's a squeeze bottle, typically it ends up with some result with you having to leave some left in the bottle, and I don't like that. But as far as this design, if you pull all the air out of this when you're doing it, and you don't have the air like I do in here, it's going to last a lot longer than if you have your container half open in the fridge like this was. And so actually this is going to last longer in this bag now because it's less likely to get any air at it. So I actually wish there was an organic brand that just pre-sold it in a bag that you could just cut and go to town with. I should message Clover about that. Not going to bother recleaning the glass when it was just holding the bag in place. Ever make boiled frosting? I'm not familiar with boiled frosting. I've boiled things that go with frosting. Like I've boiled simple syrups for frostings, Italian style meringues and stuff like that. I tend to like French style buttercreams, but at the same time, even French style is a lot of butter, and I think it's maybe too much butter for me. But at the same time, I lean towards that versus. Of course, I don't have a stand mixer here to quickly whip things. Like if you're doing Italian style meringue, as I remember off the top of my head from 20 years ago, is you've got it in a machine whipping really quick. You got your egg whites in a machine whipping really quick, and you're slowly pouring boiling hot simple syrup into them as it's mixing. And that's not something that I can really do here at my house. If you got a stand mixer, it's something you can do, but I don't have a stand mixer. Yep, that's exactly it. That's what I know as, or what I've been taught in culinary school as, an Italian style meringue or an Italian style frosting. Whereas the French style would be lots and lots and lots and lots of butter. And then the American style is just shortening and sugar. Please note the end of the word style on there. I'm not trying to say that any of those are authentic to exactly the way the French do it or exactly the way the Italians do it. What else do we need for our setup tonight? We got our cheese back there that I got to warm up a little bit. Yeah, and then I just need these out here. And our bacon. These being nachos, pickled nachos. Or pickled nachos. Pickled jalapenos. Pickled nachos, yeah, that would be a, yeah. It's along the lines of what you're doing anyways. If you think about either salsa or guacamole, in both cases, they're just pickling it. Excuse me, I apologize for coughing into the mic. Avocado trees? You had avocado trees? Sort of wish I had an avocado tree right now. The prices they're going up. I was wanting to buy an avocado for this, and then I saw it was a single avocado was going to cost me $3.50. Yeesh. That was in Whole Foods, though. I didn't check what it was in Safeway. But yeah, if Whole Foods, I was started saying this before, and I don't think I finished it. If Whole Foods wasn't just full of 365 products and actually had some of the other products that they used to carry that I actually want, they could have gotten more of a sale out of me today. They could have gotten more money out of me. Instead, I ended up like, I dropped 2 bags of chocolate. I bought 2 bags of milk chocolate for today. They were like $5 in Whole Foods, and I would have grabbed them and just gone. I got them for 3 or less at Safeway. Exact same thing. And they could have gotten me on some other things if they just had better selection. And they've killed it so much, and it seems to me like they're doing all they can to kill it even more. Like, here, humans, eat this slop. It's the only thing we're going to give you. Their vegetable selection sucks compared to when before Amazon bought them. I'm so annoyed with that store these days. Rather astonished that the one kid that seems to manage, or at least manages the registers, or I'm sure he's worked his way up the entire time he's been there, but I'm surprised that he's still there, and he's been there for years, and he's stayed in there. But yeah, I have no love whatsoever for what Whole Foods has done, or Amazon has done to Whole Foods. They took what I thought was an absolutely amazing store concept that was doing wonders for helping Americans get on a better track with some of the food that they were eating. I mean, they weren't angels at the same time, but they were a heck of a lot better than our other options. And they got bought up, and they're selling nothing but Amazon junk now. Because Amazon gets better margins on that. I honestly would be much happier with the world if they had bought like a Safeway or a Ralph's or a Kroger, or instead of Whole Foods. Let's take a look at our bacon here, which is what I'm waiting on. Yeah, let's give that another 2 minutes. Yeah, 3. I want crispy bacon. Crispy. We need more paper towel for this bacon too. Not quite, Catalina. Actually, tomorrow, part of tomorrow's plans, if I remember, is I got to take all that bacon out and shift it all. You know, turn it inside out, move it in the bag, make sure it's all still getting nicely coated with the cure. And then on Wednesday, or on Friday, I'm going to take those out of the bags, and then we'll have homemade bacon, at least cured, not smoked. And then that's probably going to get frozen at that point. I'll rinse off the cure and then just dry it and bag it and freeze it. From there, if I want, I'll either smoke it and then slice it and cook it, or not smoke it. Either way. This is still bought bacon. Trader Joe's I like for just about, well, Trader Joe's I sort of put in the same place as a lot of the other supermarkets. Their claim to fame is they're making some niche products that not a lot of other people have, or they're only theirs, sort of a thing. And Whole Foods was doing a lot of that same sort of stuff too. They were going to some of these smaller brands and helping them expand and increasing their market. I can't stand Trader Joe's fresh food section. Like, everything is wrapped in plastic. Like, I want to be able to hold my lemons and take a look at them, limes, and make sure there's not a little bit of mold or something in them. I don't mind, blemishes and stuff like that. But I just dislike that, like, the only way you can buy peppers that I remember in a Whole Foods or in a Trader Joe's is in a plastic sleeve of 3 at a time, sort of a thing. And yeah, I just don't like that at all. They have a pretty good selection. There's none really. There's a couple in the county, so I can go to a Trader Joe's if we get an ingredient challenge, but they're not really convenient to me at the same time, so I don't tend to go very often. Bacon. 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 That did not feel good. I don't think I burned myself, maybe lightly, but it didn't feel good. Soaked the towel in bacon fat and then tried to grab it with my thumb. It's a little warm. Let's just throw that one in the wash. And yeah, I did lightly burn my thumb. I poured a little bit on it. Silly cat. Get over here, cat. Over here, cat. Over here, cat. There we go. I love that you just immediately, it's a cat. I'm forgetting my battle. Love it, Catalina. Yep, definitely burned my thumb lightly. I don't think it's probably enough to... It's just going to be red. Nice. Let's get a temp on our oil. It's turned down a little bit. Or cooled down a little bit. Okay, battle time. Yeah, I need to turn the audio up on this a little bit. There we go. Tough battle. That was a close one. We won it though. Victory. Trebao getting those kills. Welcome in. Winslow getting the assists. Let's see. Honorable mentions. Drewster, Titan, Catalina, and Furball. 50 gold. Not a bad one for a non-chest battle. Furball, Mika getting some gold there. Green chest. I think I'm going to start up at the top front with my warrior in hopes that we get both of these. Not quite. But we'll probably get that one on the way to getting other stuff. We'll probably fight around there, to be honest, so they'll probably all get this benefit too. We'll see. We'll see. Let's chop up a little bacon. We'll do this battle in 30 minutes. Bacon. Actually, I'm going to do my own little combo of bacon and chocolate. In my case, more just reusing the bowl from earlier that I was melting chocolate in to hold the bacon in. So now we're just waiting for that oil to heat up to a decent temp. Cakes have not fallen much at all. This one just a little bit in the very center. mostly just waiting for these to be like 100% room temp, like maybe another hour or two. Like, if you feel this, I mean, I can perfectly hold this, no problem at all. It is not really hot at all. There's no heat. I mean, it's been out of the oven probably already an hour. But if I feel the very bottom of it, it's still slightly warm to the touch. Like fresh bread out of the oven, slightly warm to the touch. We want these absolutely room temperature. And then once they're absolutely room temperature, I'm going to wrap them in plastic wrap for tomorrow. That way that they don't get a ton of air between today and tomorrow night, and they don't dry out at all. But at the same time, if you wrap them, especially in plastic wrap, and you can freeze them at this point. It's better if you give them what they call a crumb coat, which is a very, very, very light layer of frosting on them. But you can freeze them this way as long as you make sure that they're room temperature, because if you keep them warm, there's still going to be steam trapped in there. And if you wrap it up in plastic wrap, that steam is going to be trapped, it's going to condense, and it's going to ruin your cakes. So you have to make sure they're really room temp. And if you really want to do it, you really want to freeze it and store it 6 months like that, give it a crumb coat. The crumb coat would be cutting our cakes however we're going to cut them, putting our fillings in the inside of them, actually starting the base of our actual cake, or the actual structure of the cake, and then just coating it with just enough frosting that it gets a layer of frosting on the outside of it. And they call it a crumb coat because typically it gets a whole bunch of crumbs mixed into it, and it doesn't look very pretty, but it does the job of adding that layer of fat on the outside to seal it. And that way you can freeze it for much longer. It might even just be able to crumb coat them individually, and it actually works a lot better if you crumb coat them, put them in the freezer for like 15 minutes, just to get that initial chill on the frosting, and then wrap them real nice and tight. They'll last a long time. The community college that I went to before I went to Culinary Institute of America used to freeze all sorts of baked goods. They would have bake sales to make money for the, I forget what they were raising money for, but something in the college. It wasn't like charity or something. It was college trying to make money for itself. And so they would have bake sales, a couple of times a year, but they would freeze stuff just like constantly. And they had like 6 or 8 different freezers that they would use just to freeze baked goods. I sort of doubt that it was actually a money-making adventure for them if you consider the amount of money that they spent in keeping them frozen for months. So I finally sort of decided I think I know what I'm going to do as far as sprinkles, as far as a major redeem for people. We've been kicking around, me and Ozzy have been kicking around ideas. I've been using him as sort of like a sounding board for ideas. And what I think I'm going to be doing is I was thinking of doing redemptions for individual meals. But I think that's going to be a little rough, and a lot of people already sort of do that. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to allow people with, I think I'm going to do 5,000 sprinkles. Maybe more, maybe less, but I think it's going to be 5,000. And you'll be able to name a theme for a week. And so you'll have an ingredient challenge and 2 to 3 other days where I'll be doing things that I'm going to try and keep in the theme that you guys provide. You lovely folks out there. Still trying to get rid of the word guys out of my vocabulary. It hasn't worked very well, but I'm still working on that. Been trying to substitute folks. Try and do chat sometimes too, but I'm trying to do it overall, so chat only works sometimes. I also didn't want it to be a situation where, I'm having to convince people to not do beef Wellington every week, or there's just some heavy hitters that are going to be all the time. I much rather ingredient, theme. I want to include everyone, but I don't want to kill my bank account at the same time. I know I just looked at this, but I already forgot what temp we were at. Okay, we're at 275-ish. Take a look at the Discord here. See what our vote's at here. Wow, I haven't looked at this in a minute. It looks like Potato Flakes is taking it away. We'll close up this vote tomorrow. But if you have a preference and you're in the Discord, please feel free to react with the one that you want more on Wednesday. Let's see here. And I posted this earlier in the Discord, but I've talked in the past about owning a trailer. This is my trailer. It's a little dirty because it was raining in this photo, so we're tracking in a bunch of water into the floor, but double oven, 8-top range, my stove, my blender that's now over here, couple refrigerators, 3-compartment sink in the back. There's a hand sink in the back corner. There's a wire rack behind the ovens, and that's my trailer. It's got an air conditioning system that blows down air just so that the vent can pull it right out. Absolutely useless. Outside view of it with the emergency hatch that has to be 4 feet off of the floor. There's the rack behind the ovens. My sinks. These were right when I picked up, when I was just getting started and cleaning everything up to get it certified for my use. So it has seen some things since then. It isn't as pretty. And if you have your own ingredient suggestions that you'd like to see in the vote, this is where you can add them. We have some general guidelines up there at the top. Enough people like it, we'll see it in here in a Wednesday challenge. Still trying to cough away from the mic instead of from the mic. Nothing these days. Just the cost of operation here in California was too much for me after a while, but and there's some maintenance issues that need to happen. But what I had been doing and what I did for 5+ years here in Sonoma was I was going to farmers markets and I was buying directly from the farmers and making a bunch of value-added products, things like stock, salsa, soups, and later on I was doing hot food to eat at the markets, like pot pies and other lovely things. Served coffee for several of those years at the markets. And so that's what I was doing with that. But between trying to find employees, not even trying to find employees down at base level because I can't afford to be paying huge money. I tried to pay a couple of employees that certainly had experience more, but I wasn't having enough business to really justify it. But between business licenses, city licenses, the fact that you basically pay rent twice when you're working at farmers markets because you have a place that you're creating your products you're paying rent for, and then you're paying rent at the farmers market, and trying to get employees that not only I was having to pay bare bottom prices as much as I would love to pay people a ton of money. The food businesses have zero margin. I couldn't get people to come to the markets and meet me because it wasn't like I can pick you up at the same spot every day and we can just go to the market. Many times they had to meet me at the market. Okay, we're good on temp here for our onions. So let's start in our first batch of onions. I'll take these and just plop them down into the batter, and then using my tweezers, gonna be a tweezer chef tonight, drop them one at a time into the oil like I did the tempura the other night. Oops. see what temp this knocked us down to. Oh yeah. We're gonna have to wait a moment before we go in with our next batch. Oh hey, we can turn this on. These are just sweet onions. Not necessarily Vidalias, just sweet onions, sweet white onions. Not in love with this first batch. They weren't bad, but they remind me actually very much of Applebee's ones where the skin was almost falling off. I do know that they're going to get better because the sauce is obviously, or the batter is obviously going to get thicker. But I think I'm frying a little too cold here right now with these ones that are in there now. And like I said, these ones some of them sort of lost their skin in parts. This one's nicely coated on the inside, but welcome, Celtic. They're cooking a little cold, but they're cooking. I also think I went a little too light on my first batch. Hopefully you're having a wonderful weekend, Celtic. Oh, I have. It's just a matter of it's not going to get hot enough with them in the pan, in the oil already. The next batch going in, it's going to get a bit more heat than these did. And for anyone just tuning in, this is lard from the pig that I harvested earlier this week or last week or recently. Yeah, we're down 280-ish. Nice, Celtic. Yeah, it's a nice one, Catalina. It was a gift, but do keep in mind when I'm using this, that is testing the surface temperature. That is not the temperature further down in that liquid. And it can be off depending on, like, your distance from a target can adjust the accuracy of it. You would want either for meat, when I'm testing meat, I'll either pull out this one, but this has to be calibrated regularly. Built the wrench right into the handle because it is all over the place. Or I've got this one over here on the side, which is a little electric one with a probe. That's if I'm doing something where I have to have the thermometer in it for a while. So I guess the answer is one of three, depending on what I'm doing. There we go. Oh yeah, thermopens have been around for a while, and absolutely, they are. If you got the money to spend on it, you're going to use it regularly. They are the name to own these days as far as instant read in kitchens. There's a lot of imitators too, so keep in mind that the thermometer is not necessarily the design of the thermometer, it's the tools inside of it and the electronics inside of it, which make that one a better one. But for myself, I've sort of had it on my list of things that I'd enjoy to have around, but it's not something that I really want to spend a lot of money on. Yeah, the imitations of specifically that one, if you're, the Amazon ones, there's 101 thermopen, different writings of thermopen. But these guys, just an old school instant read is really all you need. You just need some ice water to make sure it's accurate every now and then. Let's do a bit more frying here. Hi, Oppo. How's your Sunday treating you? Welcome. We're frying some onion peels. Thank you. I've spent some time here working on my audio lately. I'm now using instead of the Blue Yeti, which I still have here, over here, camera. Over here, there we go. This used to be all my audio before. I'm now using a lav mic and shotgun mics for the stove and the cutting board. It has been rather interesting learning process, learning about audio, and I don't have much of background in audio, and I know it's important for streaming. I've been trying to work on it, but also just recently upgraded to 4K cameras for my stove and my cutting board, but I'm still broadcasting 1080. Just means we get a little bit better, cleaner picture to the computer at least. We got those off to the side there. Let's add in the rest of these. Minus the flour. Give that another second to get another 25 degrees or so. 25, 50 degrees. Bacon. Oh, we got a battle ready. Let's do our battle. My apologies, I spaced on the battle. This is going to be interesting because every one of these enemies that we kill in the green section here is going to spawn a skeleton. Every one of us that dies in the area is going to spawn a skeleton for us too, though. I think we got it, though. Victory! Janos getting them kills. Welcome in. Poker Newtone helping us out with the assists. Let's see here. Zez getting us some kills. Furball Mika helping out as well. Some nice... we already got you. Furball Mika getting those scrolls, those vampire scrolls. Start. Work program. Let's see here. I'm going to go up top here. And put my warrior here. Maybe we'll put me at the bottom here. That way, maybe a couple of people will get the benefit of that thing. And we'll see how we do there in 30 minutes. I'm going to quick change audio settings here. Alright, back to food. Back to frying. Doing our last 2 batches of frying here. I think this batter needs an egg. I was sort of following a recipe with this, trying different batters that I haven't tried before for frying. And yeah, I think this needs an egg. It needs a little bit more binder, hold it together a bit better, and add a little more poofiness to it. You can see it's not sticking on the onions 100% even now after it's starting to get thicker with the flour. Yep. I forget what they call those off the top of my head. There's actually a term for those, like, as a kid you go into, I guess Long John Silver still exists. I don't know, there's none around me, but they were around me when I was a kid. And I know you could get, like, a thing of the little crispy bits, and I forget what it was called. Never really ate at Long John Silver's very often. Every once in a blue moon, my parents would go there. Better bits. Welcome in, Evangeline. Howdy to ya. How's your weekend treating ya? Hopefully well. This bunch has the most color so far. Ooh. We'll stop that. Tell your blood to stop being high blood sugar. That'll fix it, right? Bit of fine salt over the top of them. Let's check our oil temp. I'm gonna get that a little bit longer to warm up again. This won't help, but it will get those bits out of there. You gotta type exclamation mark scramble. You know that, Evangeline. Well, the bot is a little wonky, so I try to give it to him. Oh yeah, I wouldn't keep sitting here munching on them the entire time if they weren't tasty. But yeah, the batter's a little too wet, and it could use either egg or starch along with the flour, and even though flour is really a starch, and breadcrumbs, which are another starch. Egg binder, I'll add some leavening along with that, and some moisture to boil off and get some nice bubbles. Thank you for the follow. That's interesting. I actually don't know off the top of my head what all is traditionally in Brunswager, other than, you know, it's a liver pate. It's actually sort of funny that they sell Brunswager in supermarkets. I typically see it like right next to the bologna, where I can see people very easily buying that and thinking it's like a mini tube of bologna or something. People who have no idea what it is. Those all sound like yummy. The only thing I'm going to tell you, Catalina, is many different types of liver can be very different. Considering that I've done foie gras all last week, foie gras is world of difference between that chicken livers, and chicken livers are a world of difference away from beef liver. I can respect people not liking things, but I also try and broaden horizons as much as I can, because there's a lot of stuff that can be really different. And the reason someone doesn't like one random thing is because texture or something like that can be easily changed. Cool. So yeah, I respect that. Not a liver fan. Yeah, we'll live with it for right now. This thing's all full. I'm pretty horrible myself, Catalina. I originally really sort of put that scramble out there less for people to get 10 sprinkles is 5 minutes of viewing, something like that. The scramble is just for bring words up and bring up discussion, get people thinking of other things in the food world, let people discover things that they haven't tried before. If anyone's wondering why I'm doing these individually, it's because it works better. It takes longer, but it works better because Then they individually hit the oil and they individually sear. You toss them in together and just give everything a whirl like you would in any restaurant deep fryer typically. You get them all jumbled up and you can get them mess, and it's just better. I can't recall if I've ever had anyone give me like an old school liver and onions. Like, I've had the dish before. Like, I don't remember where, but I've had liver and onions before. But I don't remember. I don't know. Wasn't one my grandpa cooked for me. At least I don't think. Lamb's another one of those ones where, especially if you're reheating it or if you're using the fats from something else, it can get a really gamey flavor really quick. But sometimes you can have it, and it entirely is on the way it's prepared, and have a nice clean meat. I've had it both ways. I've had quite a fair share of goat and lamb in the last 2 years. Before I started buying halves of animals about 2 years ago, I was on if anyone's familiar with CSAs, the farmers do a lot of CSAs. There's a ranch here that has a CSA that does a combination of eggs and meat in it. And I had done that for 2-3 years and got all sorts of lamb and goat and I like a lot of lamb dishes, but it can be very gamey, and I don't like it when it gets very gamey. Usually it involves some sort of, like, the fat just does not reheat well with lamb. So it's never cooked kangaroo. I think it's on the ingredient challenge list right now. As possible ingredients people can vote for. Not for Wednesday, but I mean in the overall suggestions list. We're going to turn the heat off on the oil now that we're done with our onions. Some fine salt over the cooked onions. Let's make some nachos. Nice. Yeah, that's the other thing about the scramble. I'm somewhat convinced that it's watching the stream and suggests ideas based off of the stream. Not really, but sort of like the camera being a cat and having a mind of its own. The scramble knows what's going on in the stream. I'm going to quick put some heat on this cheese sauce. Warm that up and loosen it up a little bit. If you want to call it queso because I put a little salsa in there, you can. It's not really, in my mind. But we got a nacho cheese sauce for our nachos. Come on, loosen up a little bit more. Lid on the lard. Put that towards the back of the stove. A little bit of cheese out there. Some bacon. Our salsa. Actually, I don't think there's many four-letter words. I gave up on them about halfway through, I think. See, you got one. All right, who wants nachos? Yeah. Yeah. That's a good time. This is going to be yummy. Although I'm not sure how it could not be. Oh, yeah. So I'm going to wrap up the cakes off stream a bit later. You'll be able to see them here tomorrow anyways. It's just me plastic wrapping them. I'm just going to give them an extra hour or so to make sure they cool down properly. We have our last battle to do here still, though. While I'm munching on onions. The salsa I could probably skip because I think it's going to make things a little soggier, but I thought it was an authentic thing for salsa. Jalapenos are just yummy. I've had these for a minute, so they're not super hot like you first get them. To war. Victory. Zed's getting those kills for us. Who's going to get the 50 gold? Verbal Mika. Catalina getting the gold. Not the gold. The scrolls for their barbarian. And we're going to call it there for tonight because I'm done making my nachos and our cakes are done for tomorrow. I don't know if we had anyone guide the raid tonight. I have not seen that. Okay. Let's see who's on. See who's streaming tonight. I think I'm going to call it a night there, folks. I appreciate you all joining me. I don't see anyone really on. That excites me, and someone new I have to introduce you all to. There's a couple of the typical subjects, but we'll skip them for tonight. I want to thank everyone for joining me tonight. Going to be back here tomorrow doing more fun with chocolate cake. Not going to be just your standard milk chocolate cake. Not that chocolate cake is typically milk chocolate cake either, but you get what I mean. And I don't know what I'm going to do for dinner tomorrow, but we'll do something for dinner as well, along with the cake. Wednesday we have our ingredient challenge. It's looking like it's going to be dehydrated potato flakes, but it's either that or capers for dinner and dessert. And then Friday we're going to be doing a homemade crunch wrap that's been making the rounds again here. And I've seen this on Twitch before, but it's making the rounds again. I figure I'll join in. I'm going to make a crunch wrap for myself here at home too. So I hope you come and join me for that. Thank you for being here. I hope you all have a lovely night. Goodbye now.